good Friday streams, because those are a bumper good time, but I don't know about any midweek streams after the holidays are over. So yes, I'm home by myself with the two cats, and they keep harassing me for food because I'm the only one with thumbs here. So let's dive right into it. Tonight we are continuing pretty much what we're doing yesterday. So let me switch over to the browser view, and there it is. Okay, it is working. So this is the factory that we mostly built yesterday. So this is a basics factory. It's building the basic building blocks of what you build other stuff with later. So we actually have some caterium in the same area as the copper and the iron. So we are also making quick wire and AI limiters, as well as the usual basics of wire, cable, copper sheets, rotors, reinforced plates, modular frames, iron plates, and iron rods. This factory is using quite a lot of alternate recipes, and the design philosophy here is to go through higher throughput machines. So for example, copper rotors, I'm using the alternate recipe here so that a single assembler is outputting 11.25 a minute. It's not necessarily the most efficient recipe, but it is the highest throughput recipe. So if we look at the normal recipe, we'd only get 4 a minute per machine. And the steel rotor recipe, we'd only get 5 a minute. So most of the factory is similarly designed this way. We're not outputting huge quantities here. This is pretty much just to go into the depot for building supplies. We're not going to be providing any other factories with any of the produce here. So it's a smallish factory making a whole bunch of bits. Little enclosure so they can't get out and bug me for food. 3? I thought it was 3. There's a 4th? I haven't seen the 4th. Well, I saw 3 earlier today. But they do tend to hide when it comes to feeding them. Okay, anyway, back to the factory. So I'm using Satisfactory Logistics website, which is a really cool planner that lets me pick alternate recipes to change the plan. It also lets me mark what we've done and what we haven't done. So I've actually ticked off everything we've done, and as you can see, there's a lot of ticks, and the only things we really have left are the bolted frames here. So we're going to start. I might actually do a check the MAM to see if we need some research first, but once we get into building, we just need to finish off the factory by doing 2 assemblers for bolted frames and another 6 constructors for screws. But then we need to actually send all the products somewhere. So at the moment they're just sitting in the machines. So we need to send them off to storage. So we're going to be building some storage. We might do some walls and some architecture, because at the moment it's a bit of a floating platform factory. But that's what we're going to be doing. Rosie's a petite whippet, and our dog is a very large greyhound. Okay. Yeah, today I learned there's 4 geckos. I thought we had 3 adults and there was a baby, but the baby died. But I'm not the primary care for the geckos. I just put the food in there for them to eat. Anyway, let's go back to the factory. Just give me a second and I will put the headset on and we will jump into VR and get building. Okay, just connecting my headset to my PC. And switch scenes. And let me just inject UEVR so we're in VR mode. And hopefully I've remembered to press all the right buttons and set up all the right things. This is looking promising. I have my cup in the menu. And we will just continue on from where we left off last night. Let me just load in my open kneeboard chat overlay so I can... Okay, and we have chat. Yeah, I just catch the geckos. They just rock up in my shoes. And then Azurin and Kalzova take care of them. And we have our doggos down there in the doggos water park. It's still a work in progress. It's a bit bare at the moment, but the doggos seem to like it, and I don't think any have escaped at the moment. So let's go down and say hello to them. Yep, 2 are in the pool over there, and there's 1 here. Let me move away from the desk for a little so I don't punch the desk. I am playing seated tonight. I'm going to be feeling slack. Hey George, how's it going? Nothing yet? I think I did talk to these guys just before I quit last time, so they probably don't have anything new for me. My screen is not moving. Why is my screen not moving? Let me restart OBS number 2. Thank you for the heads up, Azurin. Worth every dollar. That's interesting. I've not had that particular part of the chain of production freeze like that. It's a little concerning. I think I'm going to go to a BRB screen while I sort out this, because this was working just a little earlier. Actually, please stand by. Technical difficulties. I'll sort this out. That's interesting. It's not catching the game screen. Yeah. Come on, OBS. What are you doing? I swear I haven't upgraded OBS, so I don't know why it stopped working, and it was working perfectly fine last night. I can capture the second screen instead, but that is probably not going to have any audio. Let me test it. Okay, so that is coming through, but I'm just capturing the screen rather than the game. But if I do any sound... Actually, I can hear the sound. It's a little faint. Is that coming through? Game audio is coming through? You can hear the doggos? Okay. Okay. We'll work on this. This is plan B and it seems to be working, so I'm not sure why it's not capturing the game directly. I haven't changed any drivers or anything since literally last night, but if you're seeing the footage okay here, we will carry on as we are. So yes, we built this water park a few sessions ago. We still need to put in things like water slides and a bit more decoration and things, but as a general concept, it seemed to be working pretty well, and the doggos seem to like it. They even like using the steps to go down into the water. Like this one over here. Who's this? Timmy! Timmy the dog. Alclad sheets. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Not worth too many points, but might help in unlocking a drop pod. Okay. Now I was thinking of... See, I was going to look at some tech, wasn't I? Because I'm interested in unlocking summer sloops. Not summer sloops specifically, but being able to stick them in machines. So what is required for that? Circuit boards. Ooh, that's a bottleneck. Do we have circuit boards in our chests of junk? Not in that one. Not in that one. We also have this workman chest over here where we were chucking stuff while we were building this area. 77. Ooh, that sounds hopeful. That is indeed enough. So now we just need some fluctuators, and we do have some more SAM over here. So I can grab some of that, and then I think it's just at the workbench. I don't have manufacturers yet, so I can't automate fluctuators yet, but I can handcraft them. Mind Jove, how's it going? Welcome. Welcome to the Gecko chat room. I didn't pay attention to how many fluctuators I needed. I guess we'll find out. I have a terrible memory for numbers. 100, okay. 100 is an easy number to remember. We need 100. We do have an old outpost that is mining up SAM for us, but it's not putting it in the depot, so I would need to go and grab some by hand if we needed to restock on SAM. Didn't the skink get eaten by the geckos? Okay, so we've got our 100 for the tech research, and we've got a pile more, which will be useful because we will need to build some depots in a bit. Cool.
Production amplifier unlocked. Every single manufacturing and smelting building will be backwards compatible with this new technology. These buildings can now have a summer sloop embedded to increase resource output without requiring more input, at the cost of greatly increased power consumption.
Flow cycles within flow cycles make explosions into temples into explosions into temples. The spin sphere of woven windows. Each tiny body contains tinier bodies until the line layers fold into curves which folds into threads which weave the tapestry. A song of light and leaf and flower that dance.
Well, the alien presence got a lot to say about this.
Trying to explain energy to matter conversion theory, but you do not need to understand it to do your job.
I don't need to
I'll just
understand.
read them for you so you can continue your mission. I, however, will be taking notes. This is fascinating material.
Okay, so now that we've got summer sloops, we can set up a sloopomatic to maximize production of things like power shards and alien biomass and things like that. So I'm just gonna set up a temporary setup here at the moment. I'll make a fancy enclosure for it later, but at the moment I'll just go one constructor. Might put it that way around, just in case we do want to send the output to a storage of some sort. So what should we do first? Well, first of all, we need to pick a recipe before we can stick a summer sloop in. So let's go. Actually, what do I actually have materials for? Actually, solid biofuel. And we stick a summer sloop in here. So this will double the output without doubling the input. So we'll take the same amount of biomass, but we'll produce double the amount of biofuel. And you say, well, why bother with doubling biofuel? I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but the first time you run something here, it doesn't give you double. See? Okay, now it is just showing the doubled amount. It's not showing the up next amount. So now the constructor is actually in double mode, which means I can take that out, change the recipe, and we can go power shards. Actually, what slugs do I have on me? I think I put my slugs in storage. Where did I put them? Actually, are they over here? Here they are. I won't use all of them because I want to keep some of them for a water slide in the park. So I'll just crunch some of them for now. So this normally produces 1 shard per slug, but with the output multiplier times 2, we're going to get 2 shards per slug. And the reason I'm doing this is because I need to overclock the... I think it's the Caterium miner we need to overclock because it's not producing enough at the base level. So we have 6 yellow power slugs as well, so I'll just wait until these are finished. And because I'm impatient, let's overclock it. And we now want the yellow is it 2 per slug? So we're now getting 4 per slug out of these. Very nice. Right, so now we have 44 slugs, which is going to be plenty for the time being for what we need to do. So let's head over to the factory. So at the moment, it's a bit of a floating platform factory. We've just been focusing on getting the production going and getting everything working as correct. So this is producing 120. This is also 120. All of these are normal nodes, which is great. Let me just check the throughputs of what we need, because I had the map in my browser here. So yeah, we need 223 total iron, 100.8 copper, and 162 Caterium. So the copper should be doing 120, so it should be fine. The copper is up here. Yep, that's fine. Now we could underclock it if we wanted to perfectly balance it, but I'll tweak later. Put the Caterium up here. We're only doing 120, so we do need to overclock this to 162.8. So let's go 163. Right, there we go. Just one shard needed. I mean, everything's backed up because we're not sending the output anywhere, so everything is chockers at the moment. But once we start sending stuff off to storage and then syncing the overflow, then everything will just keep purring along with full efficiency. So the last thing we built was this little setup here, which has 4 constructors making screws, all going into this one assembler here, and this is using this copper rotor recipe, which is outputting 11.25 per minute, which is plenty for a supply for building. But the last thing we need to do is make frames. And I mean, the logical place to do is build it over this side here and continue that. So let's just extend this platform. We might need more room than this. Basically, we need to fit 6 constructors and 2 assemblers in this area. So we effectively want double of what this setup over here is. And this setup, the way we spaced ahead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. So 10 across is actually what we extended out there, but it's going to be a bit squeezy. Under Vreda, hi, welcome back. Back to basics. No, I haven't finished phase 5, at least not in this playthrough. This is a new playthrough. And I'm only playing pretty much once a week, so it's going to take me a while to get to late game. I've done lots of testing on late game with lots of other save games, but not... this is the first time I've actually done a new playthrough since 1.1 is actually out. So if I keep that corner chopped off there, that follows the line below, but is that enough room to fit our machines? Because we don't want to run into this tree here, but we also don't want it to be too crammed. And as I talked about on last nights, I'm trying to leave a bit of space between machines, because if you build 2 constructors right next to each other, it's not going to let me put it there. These arms actually clash and crunch into each other. So efficient play is cram the machines as close as you can with no gaps, but here I'm trying to actually leave a bit of a gap between each machine, which is a bit more realistic from a... like if it was a startup company, I think you would say, you know, we're not doing massive efficiency or production here. This is a bit more boutique. We only have 4 machines here making plates. So things would be a bit more spread out and a bit more relaxed. You'll wait for 1.2 for a new playthrough. So much other games to play. There's other games? Now... I mean, technically we only need 6 constructors, so if we put the 6 constructors in the middle and then an assembler either side, we won't need as much room as over there. Because basically it's 3 constructors of screws per assembler for this. So let's measure this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 5. So this is kind of the center area here. Now, I think it would be easier. I'm trying to figure out if I want them facing inwards or outwards. So over here we had them facing inwards, which means we need 2 lines of iron coming in, whereas if they're facing outwards we only need 1 iron in the middle, which seems like it might be a bit more space effective. And so probably doesn't matter. See, now I'm second guessing whether it should be the other way around. There's not a lot of space on the side here. Normally I'd prefer a little bit more grace room. But it's not too bad. Just finished both storylines of No Man's Sky and VR to get autophages and stuffs. Awesome! I have not finished the autophage line. I've been rather slack in that respect. I did finish the expedition. Really liked the expedition. And I fitted up my ship with all 100 parts slapped onto it, so that when I brought my return to my normal save, I duplicated the ship 4 times to get lots of spare parts. I do need to play No Man's Sky outside of expeditions. At the moment I kind of have a habit where I just play it for the expeditions. This is going to be a little gnarly in the middle here. I think I can work with it. I think this is okay. So yes, I do need to go and play No Man's Sky and just play the newer storylines that I haven't done yet. So, Russ also needs to complete the main storyline. Rage building Sundays. What time are you rage building on Sundays? See, I could rage build in No Man's Sky, or I could relaxed and pleasant build in Satisfactory, where I can nudge things exactly where I want, and things snap in sensible ways. Yeah, given that we've got an angle on that side, this is probably the best position for this. Okay, let's work with that and see if we can get the logistics under the floor to be neat. Because we need basically 3 constructors or screws per assembler, what I will do is I think I'll merge these 3 that way and these 3 that way, and that will be it. This time-ish, not every week, but it's usually Sunday evening here and Sunday morning in the UK. Okay. Sunday evenings. Sometimes I'm available Sunday evenings. They should be already on cast screws. Yes, they are. Might be this week. I probably can't tomorrow because I have my brother coming down for band practice after roleplay. We have D&D during the day and band practice in the evening. And after band practice, we're watching Andor. Okay, so we need iron down both sides. And then in the middle, we need to merge 2 sets of screws, one direction and then the other direction. This campaign, my brother's running it, and it is... We're nearly at the big boss. What level are we, Azurin? Is it 12? Or are we higher than 12? We've been running this. This is the campaign that we started when COVID hit. It's like codename Lockdown Roleplay, and my brother's been running it every few weeks since COVID's first started. I think we're 13 or 14. We might be more than 12. I am playing a rogue who is an air genasi, who is also a bit of a scholar and into magic stuff. So I'm an arcane trickster rogue, but I'm more on elemental rather than illusion style of magic. And he has a really cool crossbow that sneak attacks for a heck of a lot of damage. I just realized I haven't turned the build cameras on. The time-lapse cameras. New. Nobody. I'm not blaming you, Azurin. I mean, I could quickly rebuild the stuff at top. No, I don't care. I mean, I can set them going now and catch the rest of the build. Although, because there might be walls and stuff being built. That button. First, let me... change the time of day. I think I was doing it at midday for lighting. Does that sound right? Does anyone remember? Midday? Okay, midday. We're pausing the sun at midday. That way we get consistent lighting for doing the time lapse. This is using a mod called, is it Sky UI, I think? Doesn't have the name of the mod there. It's not an all-mine mod, no. And this is Fix-It Cam, where we have our time-lapse cameras all set up here. So you can see this is the screenshot from the end of last session. I mean, I guess I'll start them all again. Even though this one's kind of a bit chopped off. But we'll see what footage we get out. But suddenly this floor here is going to magically appear. We're level 14 now. Okay. We don't know if we're going to level 20 or not. We're pretty powerful, and I think we're nearly finishing a major story arc. But that's not to say, like, my brother has a lot of world building, so there's whole other continents we could still go and explore if we wanted to keep going. So useful being able to put them directly on roofs now. So this is the raw ore coming in here. This is for turning iron ore into screws. Currently playing a half elf, 13 Phantom Rogue, 5 Celestial Warlock. Cool. Yeah, we tend to have mobs that are really dangerous and might kill us, and then we kill them very quickly, which is part of the luck of the draw. Like it was kind of luck that we just outran the Beholder and and in the last session. Do we overplan things? Okay, so we've got these lifts here which are bringing iron up here, so we kind of need similar lifts here to bring the iron up to this level. It's not quite lined up with this pole, which is a shame, because being lined up with the pole would be nice. We could move the pole. It's probably easier to move. I don't even know what's under here. It might not even be possible to get the iron there that we want. So let's optimistically just put down these holes here. And then we'll go below and see if we can do it. We might have nuked an ancient white dragon on Croy a little bit quicker than expected. Yeah, my character... Was it nearly two-shot 2 black dragons? Like, the others helped a little bit. But I rolled really well. Oh, okay. That's okay, we can move this splitter. Kind of. Yes, we can. Because this is the iron we need. This is actually iron. Yes, okay, cool. So we just need to redo this bit of the logistics here to take the new requirements on board. How are we going to get stuff to that one and to the hole? The answer is we can quite easily, but it won't be pretty. What's that lined up with? It's on the edge, so it's there. But let's also put a splitter in the middle. Which will then split that way. So that's to there, that's to there, to there, but also to there, to there, and to there. And then we can put a lift here, which should snap on. Yep, there was a tink. Okay, what was just saying? Planning is all the fun. Rogue needs some shit to die near her so I can steal their souls. Ah. It needs to drop to zero more. Ah, yes. See, Azuran's a death cleric and works best when people are dead. Well, not dead, but, you know, grave cleric, yes, okay. Graves are where you go when you die. So she's most effective when people get knocked to zero. But we keep resisting. Okay. So this is not going to be the prettiest, but that's right. I mean, the last few encounters we fought were certainly very dynamic, though. And fun. Really? The ladder up is all the way over there? I'm going to have to put better navigation to get between floors on this building. So we should now have all the screws. Yep, there's iron coming in there. And we haven't got power here yet, so the iron's not doing anything. But we do have iron showing up in these lifts, so these will be screwy once we turn them on. Problem is, yeah, is this gonna like... Oh no, okay, right, yes, this floor is clear because we don't, it's the floor below it that was cluttered. So this will be, actually I'm gonna move them back so they're on the line. This is making bolted frames. And again, this one is 5 per minute, but if you look at the normal one, 2 per minute. So we would need more than double the amount of assemblers to make frames if we weren't using this particular recipe. So we've gone for ones with a higher throughput rather than necessarily the most efficient. So that's the output of the frames, which we still need to deal with the output of everything. So that's the difference between Grave and Death Clerics, as I discovered having spent 45 minutes building a Death Cleric subclass. I'm not bitter about this at all. And this is not rotors, this is also frames. Right, probably next we'll connect the screws, which is the easy part, but then we need to run... It was reinforced sheets, wasn't it? Yes. So the reinforced plates from over here, we need to have a supply of those coming to the assemblers. So we need to wire that up. Missed. Okay. That's not quite lined up. So that one's going to be a pain in the butt. And it's not going to be a pain, it's just going to be not as neat. Maybe do a curve. That's okay. This one's going to look a bit better because we can do a nice right angle in here. Whoops. So we want straight mode. That'll look nice and neat, and it is not interrupting that output at all, which is good. Now, oh look, there's a line down the middle there that we can bring in the sheets. So we need to bring the sheets from over here and then down here. Okay, that's not too bad. That's a bit annoying. So let's use a ceiling mount to move this closer here. So that way we can come down here and miss those things that we would normally run into. And then that should... Oh, that's coming in. I put the conveyor belt the wrong way around. Dope. Well, at least I got a starting point there that I can work from. It's coming from there. To there. There we go. There's the tick of it connecting. A party in the game I'm running are a bunch of spooky theatre kids. Ha! Half-Drow Rogue, probably Soul Knife, Tabaxi Rogue Druid, Shadowkai Grave Cleric, Goliath Fighter, Rune Knight, and Asimir Paladin. Wow, that's a mix. So now we can get a splitter. So that's lined up there, so we should be able to put it there, and that should be lined up with everything. Level 2, yeah. Was this Spelljammer you said, Russ, that you were doing? They're awesome, but it's just funny there's not even a token human. Yeah. We tend to go with wacky variants. Like my Air Genasi is actually half elf, so I'm not even half human Air Genasi. So I look like a blue elf. Yes, I was going to say, and Calcifer Herringon Artificer. And Azuren is playing a Goliath. If we go straight mode, it's going to... Actually, no, that'll be fine if we go straight mode, because this is going to be a diagonal here. So, straight mode is fine. Is that into the right spot? I believe so. I hope so. Ah, that's right. You're doing the Lost Caves. I remember. The Stab It incident. Fandolin. Yeah, Azuren ran that for us. Except after that, we kind of deviated and ended up in the Fey realm where things got a bit strange. Wild sheep chase, yes. Okay, so I think this is actually all wired up down here as far as logistics goes. So I think if we put power upstairs now, we should be able to make some frames. I've just realized I am probably running on a lower frame rate.
Detected. Please seek shelter.
Because I was playing something else early in VR and I was playing in 90 FPS mode, so the stream is probably only getting 45 at the moment. So when the ad breaks, there is an ad break upcoming, and I mean I could do it right now actually. I don't need to wait for the ad break, apparently. So this is going to be a bit tight. Actually, I can put it on the edge. I think I'll put it on the edge for some of the others. We can run these power poles before the ads. Although this beam, we could probably just join up with that beam. Assuming it's the same height. Which it is. That's right. We had the dude stuck as a wizard, still as a sheep, after we splanched him, and then we were going to escort him back home. Okay, so I'm going to save the game. Oh, look, it's auto-saving. That's perfect timing. After the autosave, I'm going to restart the game after fixing my FPS. And then while the ad breaks are running, I will restart everything. So let's have a break. I'll be back in a few minutes after the Twitch ads run. And we'll be back shortly. If I can find the right button.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back, and I have restarted the game at the correct FPS. And interestingly, now my OBS is recording directly from the game footage. We're having a problem at the start, so let me know if the stream is better or worse or the same than before the ad break. Because I'm curious, because before I was capturing the second monitor, but the game was running at 45 FPS. Now I'm capturing the game directly, and it's running at 60 FPS, which is what the stream is. So I'm wondering if that's why I couldn't capture it before. Oop, no. Hi, all mine. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Have you just joined, or were you watching before the ad break? Because I'm after some feedback on how smooth the stream is looking or not looking versus what it was before. Because I changed the setting. Missed the ladder. Doing great, and you just joined. Okay. Well, let me know if the stream is looking reasonably smooth. Okay, we are working on a basics factory. Like we had a starter factory way over there, which was like the bare bones one. This is more of a planned production with a whole pile of alternate recipes, which will give us building parts moving forwards. It's smooth. Cool, cool. Thank you. Are you working on any modding projects lately, all mine? You still working on the Harry Potter stuff? Ooh, that beam sort of overshot a bit. For those not aware, All Mine is a proliferant modder and has made lots of mods for Satisfactory of various different bits and pieces, and he was helping with the very early iterations of the VR mod. And so All Mine sort of taught me the ropes on some of the Satisfactory modding stuff. But I'm a one-trick pony. I just do the Satisfactory mod. All Mine does all sorts of things. You fix the disco train mod. Oh, right, okay. Now every single trains can light the light. Okay. That's the multicolored headlights, was it? Okay, we've got power and plates are flowing in, which is good. Ah, we haven't done power across to this other side at the back. So I might attach this to the side instead. That's the more center spot. Multicolor headlights, and it's so great with... Oh no, not real Andrew's bug train tracks. Is that the one where it keeps reversing on top of itself and going at really odd angles? See, there's some people who play the game as it's intended to be, and then there's people who break the game and try and do things that were never intended. It's unnatural. Okay, we are making modular frames. This line here is working. We have green lights all the way here. And is this one up the end working? Yes, it is. We're getting screws in here. So that's pretty much done. Now, one balancing thing is we're making 150 screws here, but we only need 140. So really we could drop this down to 40 a minute. Not 400 a minute, 40 a minute. That way it should be 100% efficient. And we'll do the same with this one over here. Done. Okay. Sent you a GIF on Discord. I can't easily see Discord from in my VR headset. At least I could, but I couldn't share it on screen. I will check it out later. Thank you. I can always include it in the highlights later on. I'm a bit more limited in what I can do in VR. I have to pre-set up control panels beforehand. Okay. Actually, can you share it directly in Twitch? I think you might get blocked if that happens. My moderator says it won't happen. Okay, so the factory, as far as production goes, is complete. We're not 100% balanced. There's probably a few things that could be underclocked to perfectly balance it, but we are now making all the products that we'd planned to make. Now we need to actually take those products somewhere and put them in storage containers so that we can, and dimensional depots, so that we can easily access them wherever we are building. And I had this thought that I could build the containers sort of under here along the bottom. So the idea is the very bottom here would be kept open for if trucks or trains need to go through. But this section along here is fairly available. So I might just... None of the time-lapse cameras are going to catch this because it's all down the bottom. But I might just see if I can lay out some... See, that's going to be the level of the floor if we block it off for logistics. Just put there as a kind of a marker. So we've got 10 products we're making. So ideally we need some way of having 10 containers that are easily accessible. So we could just have them all in a line, 10 foundations across. But why do that when you can have curves? And I've only just thought of doing curves now. So originally I was going to have like angles. I mean, I could do angles, because if we're doing angles across the edges of the building, then having angles for the bit where you pick up the gear is probably a reasonable idea as well. So let's experiment and see what we can come up with layout-wise. And the idea is we want to preserve the trees. You know, we'll have the trees as feature gardens in the area. So how many we got here? That's 11. Okay, cool. Which is makes it easy to find the midpoint. This would be the midpoint here. So the midpoint between the trees is here. So I'm gonna need room for the diagonals as well. So let's just plonk down some containers and see how if we can get a layout that looks good. So if we put them there, I don't think that's going to give us enough space to really have a diagonal if we put them there. Five, so that's kind of 5 in the middle. We might be able to fit it in. So the easiest way to do angles is to use, if it's not a huge angle, if it's a multiple of 15, is to use a road barrier. So if you rotate this around 3 notches, then that is a 45-degree angle to the other foundations. And then you can connect a foundation to it and nudge it into place. One, two. So that's 5 there. So if we have 6, 7, 8. And over this side. Nine, 10, 11. Don't worry about that rock. This is going to probably hit the tree, isn't it? It's not too bad, but it does kind of cramp the open garden look a little. So the idea is this will be behind a wall as such, so they're not going to be free range like this. I'm just testing layouts here at the moment. Okay, so this is going to be kind of our pickup point. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So we have 11 total. And let me check the design because I think we have 10 products. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we are making 10 products. And oh, I don't think we're going to make more than 10. Like, concrete could come up here, like other things could be delivered, but I think if we keep it to this 10, we're fine. We could make these a little closer together. That's probably actually the easiest thing, is if we have 4 in the middle, 3 either side, and bring them in closer in together, that will make the spacing a bit better. So let's do that. So if this is the center, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if it's there, then this would be full slabs apart. But let's try bringing it in by 1. No, that's pretty much only 1 meter gap between them. Which is probably okay. So what you can do is... I don't have it on my hotbar. Is you can then use a conveyor wall hole, and you can put this in front like this, so you can actually still access what's inside. I think that's still reasonable pace spacing. Then we need to... Oh, that one actually wasn't flat on the ground. So this is going to be a bit messy to get around the corner. Although it's not too bad because it's actually right near the edge anyway, so... Why is it always 45 degrees off? So it'd be like that. So then our walls would be here. Like this. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that as a general layout. Oh, where's my chat window? What are you laughing at, all mine? I heard a bell ring. Okay, so I heard a ting of a message come through, but I'm not seeing a message on a screen. Was it a spammer? Ah, I am not. Yep, I'm not seeing lurk messages on my screen. Thank you, Azuren, for clarifying what the ting was. I need to get that to come through on my monitor. Okay.
Hutch833 just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Hutch833, and welcome to the channel.
Hutch833, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome all, welcome. We're playing some Satisfactory in VR. This is still very early game. That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to put it middle. We're just experimenting with a layout for containers. There'll be plenty of time for circles later on. I think this is a reasonable beginner factory sort of presentation. Oops. Now the problem here is we need to fit on a dimensional depot as well. I mean, we could just use single height depots and hide the dimensional depots at the back. Let's... See, because what I kind of want to have is, like, want to have conveyor belts bringing the materials down visibly from above. So let's try and set one up. So this would actually probably have the butt facing out like this. And then we would have the lift bringing the products in from above. So you actually see the product come down. That's sticking out an awful amount. I wonder if we can convince it to snap closer than that. I think we can. That's a really thick slab, but this is just a tech demo to do proof of concept. And I cancelled it. It's going to have that lift bug problem again, isn't it? Because if I attach it from above and bring it down here like this, it's going to turn around to attach. And so it'll be snug, but you won't actually see what's coming down because the conveyor will be the wrong way around. Okay. How about we... Ooh, can we put a hole there? No, it doesn't like that. At some stage, these containers got fussier about clipping. You used to be able to clip things into them a bit more freely. Okay, that works. So you could have it down like this. And then that would snap in like that. That way you can see the product coming down, and then you can collect it from the container. That's not too bad. Felix the Fluffy Fox, hello there. Long time no see. It has been a while, Felix. How are you going? And because the output is at the back, and I can't get over there. If I look back here, this is the output of the container, so I can just grab a dimensional depot and just... Like, it doesn't even matter if it's clipped into the ground. You could have it like this. But we need a sink as well. How are we going to do a sink in this equation? Because basically you want any overflow to go into the sink. We'll have to split it with a smart splitter on the top. So we'd have to put a smart splitter on top to take the overflow somewhere else. The product comes down into here like this. Okay. I think we have a design, and this is going to be a real pain in the butt to make 10 times manually, so I think it's time we unlock blueprints. Doing good, just been moving to a new place and stuff. Cool. Is it a good move? Is your new place better? I reloaded the game and my daytime freeze cancelled, but I'm not building a factory for a little bit, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into the time lapses here and I'm actually going to stop. Otherwise my hard drive is going to fill up. And the stuff that is recorded since I reloaded, that doesn't matter because I've just been building underneath here. Definitely cool, cool. Oh, high-speed connectors, Scratch. They might be useful. I might be able to do some unlocks with those. Timmy, I have plenty of Sam. One Sam is not going to do much for me. But thank you. Timmy's new. We only picked him up last session. Okay. That's Scratch. George. Crystal oscillators. Okay, thanks, George. Okay, so we haven't really unlocked more milestones yet. So technically, I guess we're going into the next tier. Oh, look, we had blueprints selected. We need some cable. Wow, I used all those steel beams that I manually loaded into my inventory. Okay, let's check. 400 cable, that should be enough. Steel beams, let's just take as many as we can. We haven't done a major update to the dimensional depot at the moment, so it only holds 2 stacks. And it's slow to load. Oops. But that's enough. Oh, we still need more cable. We need another 100 cable. Actually, we are making new cable at the new factory, so I can just steal it out of the machines. Except we're only making a little bit of cable, so we might not get 100. Okay, the wire floor is up here. And that's inputs. That's wire coming out. Caterium. Hang on, why is that caterium coming out? Uh-oh. Ah, 200. Okay, that's plenty. This one should be cable as well. It is cable as well. That must be an old caterium in the output. That's fine. When it comes out the other end, it'll get flushed. Because we're going to sort and sync everything. There's one doggo that likes that spot in the pool.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards.
Oh, actually, we are most of the way through Tier 4. Oh, okay.
Natural resources and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then.
Oh, okay, we've got encased beams, but we don't have Mark 4 belts yet. That comes later.
Inefficiencies.
And we don't have a factory making encased beams yet, so we'll have to come back to that later. Right. We need to make a blueprint maker. I don't really have... I probably will set up a semi-permanent blueprint maker maybe over there. But at the moment I don't have a spot for one, so I'm just going to chuck one on the ground near where we're building. If we can fit it. One blueprint designer. Right on top of the tree. Is that a...
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you find yourself struggling to work within the set size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
I am perfectly fine with a 4x4 blueprint maker. I quite like having the restriction. Hang on, where to go? Oh, it's... I'm clipping my head through it, apparently. That's odd. Didn't know you could do that. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making a blueprint effectively of kind of what we've set up here. So that should be... Do I need to put it on something? I don't think I need to put it on something. I can build it directly on top of the blueprint maker. Now what we also need is signs. Let's actually face the front of the blueprint maker. That way you can actually tell which way is which. So that'll be our main point there. I don't know if I've unlocked signs yet. That's a awesome shop thing. Put that away. Nope, I don't have them. So the one we want, I think, is in this set. Unavailable. No! What's it locked behind? Quartz, ma'am. Ma'am, quartz. Maybe it's time to make a quartz outpost. I have some raw quartz, though. I think. Maybe I don't. Maybe we're going to make a quartz factory first. Looks like we're going to build a little quartz factory. That's okay. I've been thinking about doing that for a while, so this is a good enough excuse. We'll come back to the blueprint maker. Let's go make a little quartz outpost. I'm pretty sure the closest quartz is that way. Yeah, let me just scan. Because they added some new quartz nodes in 1.0. That way. I was close. So let's go that way and build a quartz factory. Do I need any materials? Should have everything in the depot. There it is there. And there's a pure node there. I'm just going to build a little outpost. I do not need a lot at the moment. And so I'm actually tempted to use the normal node. That way the pure node can remain free later on for when I need to boost production for something else. Pretty sure this was a normal node. Yep, it's a normal node. And I realized I had miners, portable miners back at base that I could have brought along, and that would have been useful. So we're snapping to the world grid mainly just to get a height reference. I'm not too concerned about keeping the angle of it, so I'll put the miner down and then I will build the base relative to the miner. Which I need to actually have portable miners to do that. Choose equipment. I don't even know if I need a Mark II. Oh, that's interesting. I never realized that Mark IIs took encased beams, and I've been whacking down Mark II miners everywhere just on the encased beams I've had from crash sites and doggos. So let's see how far we can get with a Mark I. I think Mark I should be enough. I mean, we just want to, again, like the basics factory, we're just making enough to produce building materials, not supply other factories or major production lines or anything like that. So now we have our miner at the right height and we've picked our angle that we wanted on. We use our road barrier and we hold down snap, which is the bottom left button on VR, or it's control if you're playing on normal mode. And that will snap to the front of the miner, which you can then get a foundation on and nudge this into place so it exactly lines up where the miner is. I'm just trying to think what sort of spacing I want here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of that size. Actually, I can nudge the whole line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops, not that way. Probably only need 3. I'm trying to think. Well, we're probably going to have 4 constructors here, aren't we? So having it 4 wide would probably be for the best. Although 4 constructors in this area is going to be edge to edge. Unless I build them facing inwards. Oh, no, wrong button. We did want this. Just trying to figure out how I want to space things. That'll probably do. Good evening. Hi, Morn. How's it going? Ah, I haven't actually researched quartz crystal, so I can't make that yet. So we'll do 2. So I'm pretty sure that this uses less than 30 a minute and the other uses more than 30 a minute. So combined together, 120 a minute will power 4 constructors. And this is making 60 a minute. So we did want a Mark II. I keep flip-flopping about positioning and where I want to put things. Four is probably overkill. And I'll use Mark 1 here, just so the manifold spins up a little faster. Basically, if I use Mark 3 there and there, then this will split 50-50, but by using a Mark 1 there and a Mark 3 here, more of it will come down this one than this one, which means that more will be fed into the others faster. Great, thanks. Getting ready to work on the factory. You're getting ready to work on your factory? Now I'm wondering if I did want to make this a bit wider. Cool, cool. Which factory are you working on? Any particular project you've got lined up? Luckily, we have handy power lines right nearby. I think I'll want to have a pole out here. I'll go there. Power. Not that pole there is permanent. It was just a scouting one. And then we can connect that to there. It's a nice clean line. Today finished redoing a starter factory to align with the new roadways before starting trains. Cool. I've been working on a redo of a starter factory as well, with lots of alt recipes. Don't think this is needed. I mean, I can always expand this later on. Let's keep it minimalist. But I wanted to make signs for my storage boxes and realized I didn't actually have signs or quartz unlocked. What do you mean? Oh, I haven't connected the cross power. Look, just give me a wire. Thank you. Except I actually need to steal a bunch of quartz for research. So let me just take this out. And give me a slab of the raw stuff. And then I'll take that bait. Actually, I don't even need to take it back to base. I can do a MAM right here. And actually, talking about Mark II miners and encased beams, I can make encased beams, so I could handcraft some. I know that's sacrilegious, but quartz. New parts, so I think that's now unlocked me the ability to make signs. And it means I can make some of these now make quartz crystals rather than silica. Actually, I need to make this a Mark II, so I don't really want to overclock it. Going to head out and start working on your VR factory. Cool. Good luck with your factory. Have fun. Thanks for popping by. That will do with that, I think. Right. They still haven't fixed it, so you can't upgrade from a Mark 1 to a Mark 2 unless you have extra portable miners on you. Probably don't need that now. Because I've unlocked the bit of the tech that I needed. Okay, now we want the output to be merged. Probably want to leave a little bit of height. Again, this is kind of temporary and will probably be torn down later, although temporary is, you know, how many years worth of... 6 years. In my job, a temporary solution is there for 6 years, typically. Actually, I don't need... That's what I will do. I will... nudge this.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I need a way of getting up there. So I'll come from the middle of the 2 spots. So here we will put a dimensional depot. Actually, do we want a normal depot as well as a buffer? If we could just put a basic one here. Like, we're not going to suddenly run out of materials to make signs if one of these gets full. So a normal supply depot is plenty. Yes, there is an incoming ad break. So I will pause and I'm going to have a bit of a stretch and hydrate and all that kind of stuff while the ad break is running. And then we will return afterwards. How many seconds have I got? I got a minute. Can I afford 2-dimensional depots? This is the question. No, I cannot. Okay. Just one it is then. Is that not even lined up? That's not even lined up. Okay. I'm going to leave it here. We're going to take a short ad break for Twitch. And then we'll be back on. We'll finish getting the quartz. We'll go make a blueprint for the storage, and then we'll finish off our basics factory. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll be back shortly.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back from a break. Where's that chat window lower than usual? That's better. Okay, so what are we missing from another depot? We're missing fluctuators, which I can't make on me because I don't have the SAM on me. It's crystal that we need for signs, so let's get that into the depot. See, that sticks out more, even though it's... The bounding boxes are inconsistent here. Can you see that? Supposedly the bounding boxes are lined up here, but if you look here, they're not. But then you nudge that back and that's closer. It's a bit odd. And now it doesn't want to do a conveyor belt? Okay, that way's fine. They're just not quite the same. Okay, so if we've got crystal... Actually, I've probably got a ton in my inventory because I deleted that. I know it's just the depot's worth. Okay, that's fine. So let's take all this silica back by hand, because we don't have a depot of that, so I can leave that in storage and we can use that for making windows later. Whoops, that is just my hand rolling because I'm just adjusting my headset. Okay, so let's head back now that we've got a basic quartz factory online. Actually, just going to add a little bit of that to it, just to make sure, make it look a little bit more like it's being supported. Okay, that actually came down to the middle part, didn't it? Nope, don't want that. I can just leave it like that. And if I put it this way, it's going to cut into the walkway, so... Even that's going to be cut into the walkway. So this design needs a bit of work. Oh, no, that's not what I want. I want to nudge it in place. And then just run it across. Just makes it look like there's a bit more platform support there. Okay, tiny little quartz output. Done. Let's get back to the base and continue with our blueprint. Which way's the base? I mean, that power line will go there. And the main power line overhead is heading that direction as well. So... it's been a while since I've taken these little ones. Whoa! Oh, close enough. Okay, we were unlocking stuff in the Fix-It store to make signs. We need 5 coupons. How are we going for coupons? We have 12. Probably have a pile more somewhere because we are sinking a bunch of stuff. This is the main thing I want at the moment, though. We want the 2x3 is the one that is going to fit in this design. That's I've used it before. Now it works.
Where did you leave your lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
Haven't heard that one before because this is the first time I've unlocked signs since 1.0. All the other saves already had them unlocked. Oh! Pulse Nobelisk scratch. That's spicy. Was it George who gave me crystal oscillators last time? One of the doggos did. This must be Timmy over here. Motors, okay. We're almost at motors, I think. Yes, advanced steel, or is it the next phase we get motors? I probably have a pile of junk on me. Do not need that. Probably don't need... This is higher end. Crystal oscillators is a bit lower. Why have we got all those in there? Oh look, we had a pile of encased beams there. Let's put the coupons back in this one. Nobelisks, I think we have a couple of nukes in the other chest, but I'll just drop those in there. Do not need leaves anymore. Leaves are old news. Although we could turn them into fabric. Okay, right. And I just realized we're going to need some fluctuators to at least make the blueprint. So we're going to burn through that SAM, I think. Might as well use it all. Again, we don't have manufacturers yet, so we cannot automate the fluctuators. Might as well make all of them up. Okay, and cool, that was exact amount. Right, so if anyone's just joined us, I'm facing the wrong way. If anyone's just joined us recently, the main project is this beginner's basic parts factory. We've completed production, so everything is being made that we want to make. Dulatif Al Elsa, hello. How's it going? So we're making all the products, but we need to put them into storage containers and depots so that we can easily restock on the supplies. So we're kind of prototyping a collection area here where all the products will be put in. So I'll just place these down as kind of a general guide for a layout. And this middle bit here is kind of what I'm looking at going for. So you'll be able to see the materials feeding in from above, and then there'll be as a depot at the back. But this is a little involved, so rather than having to build this 10 times, we're going to be building a blueprint of it. And that's probably further forward than it needs to be. Because the only thing that needs to be behind it is a dimensional depot. Actually, I've got it around the wrong way, so we definitely need to move it. Do we want to minimize space? I think we'll be fine because none of these products are going to come anywhere close to a Mark III in production. And I don't even think depots can exceed a Mark III belt. So I think keeping that as a Mark III is fine. Is it possible to finish the game using only load balancers? I mean, you can just use load balancers, yes. Load balancers are extra work. I tend to just use manifolds because they are much simpler to set up. So now we've got signs, which we don't have on our shortcut bar yet. And what we do is we have a 3-meter sign here. And we can put this... trying to remember, is it just there? I think it might just be there. But I think it needs to be lower than that. Trying to remember. Ah, yes, this is how I did it. If you put a square sign there like that, then you can take a portrait sign and snap it on the bottom here. Ooh, that's actually digging into the ground. I might need to include foundations in this build. Interesting. Okay, let's do that. I mean, we don't actually need the foundations. We could just have everything floating up a meter. And that's probably what we will do. But I'll put this down. Yeah, around that way. I mean, it might be more space efficient to actually put this up here. Sort of like that. Hey, it's got 1 foot on the ground. That's, okay, it's bugging me. I'm going to rebuild that. Me? Hello, me. Stumbled upon your stream while playing Satisfactory on your other screen. This game looks awesome in VR. I might try it one day. Awesome. There's information in the video description on YouTube if you want to see how to set up the mod and everything. See, because this is going to be backing onto things like trees and such, but the vertical height might clash. Would it be better to put it on the lower level or up above? Let's do a bit of an experiment here to see how spacing fits. So on the lower level, it would be kind of there. But on the upper level, it would be there. I think lower level might actually be better. Oops. I'm just using a normal one. It's the same size. It's just easier to put in place for a size comparison. Now we want it to be... So again, that's up in the branches of the trees there, but if we put it down on the ground here, it kind of fits under the branches a bit easier. So I think putting it behind on the ground. So I've gone back on the design. We'll go back to the original design. And they probably... Hang on, that's... Oh, for goodness sakes, that's 2 meters. We do not need it 2 meters high. Alright, let's start again. Oh, no, don't delete that. Okay. Industrial storage with the outputs at the back. Right up against the edge at about that point. Then we have the dimensional depot. Flush. I mean, we can't go any closer than that. In there with a Mark III belt, which is going to be plenty for loading a depot. Now we have our signs. So we start with a 2x2 and we snap it to the top. Then we have a 2x3 and snap that under the 2x2. I swear that didn't used to clip into the ground. Layouts. So I think either this layout or this layout work, depending on how big you want the icon. Don't think we want the icon huge, so let's go with this layout. Do we have a nice cream already? Pioneer overalls. Do we want our signs to be overall color? That changed the text, but not the background. Okay, and then we have our icons. So we basically picked the icon for the product. So let's... The problem is how good does silver sheets look on that? Actually, that's not too bad. Now, I find that emission strength on dithers the texture and it becomes low quality. If it's off, it stays as a high detailed texture, but it doesn't glow. So you can't see it in the dark. So it's a bit of a two-edged sword. Okay, let's ironically have screws as the default image, because I'm never putting screws in a container. At least not from this factory. Okay, so that is done. There's no save button. Is that going to save? Yes. That is quite bright. Okay, so now if you get your wall and you stick this in front like this. Some zoop. You can delete that sign here. And then you have a... That wall color actually matches the cover overalls of the thing. Now, one trick is you can't edit this image anymore. Because if you click on this, you actually access the depot behind it. but you can come and access it in that below part. So if you delete the wall, you can select down the bottom here to edit the sign. Actually, it's letting me do it. Is it not letting me access the depot? It's been a while since I built one of these, and it's possible it's changed since I last built it. Interesting. But I use this method in so many other games. And I can access the supply depot through it. Maybe it's to do with my height. No. Well, that's not useful. That's not useful at all. This means we need to get complicated. I mean, I'm not defeated. But it is a little annoying that some of the positioning stuff has changed. Because I do think this is sticking out more than it used to. So one simple thing we can do is, if we nudge, maybe they set it up because you couldn't edit it before. So if I nudge it half a meter back, so it's inset like that. Let's try that. That's better. Okay, so if I access up here, I access the depot. If I access the bottom where it says set text here, which I should clear. Oops. I can reconfigure the sign. So if I have this on the front, there should be no accidentally clicking on the sign. Any access will be to access the storage depot. And that is inset a bit more than it has been in the past, but that's okay. I haven't decided what style of wall I'll be using here either, so... what do we got? Okay, I have not unlocked any of the other materials for walls, so we should go and do that. Because I will definitely want to use different materials for putting the walls on the factory. So let's go over. We might need to start crunching some animals for tickets. Although things have been pottering away, so for all I know, we've got a pile of tickets waiting for us. So let's get a awesome sink and just chuck it down and see how many tickets we've got. I wonder if I need power before it'll give me my tickets, damn it. It's like, why can't it print tickets without power? 14, okay. But yeah, we haven't sunk much DNA yet. So that's 14 tickets. And it was in this chest. There's another 7. Customizer. Oh, we haven't unlocked the metallics yet, which would be nice, but they can wait till later. Could get asphalt. Asphalt could be nice for some of the surfaces. Don't really need it though. This is what we want. Interesting, we can't unlock the roof materials. Oh, we need roofs first. That makes sense. And I probably should look at unlocking roofs if I actually want to put a roof on my building. Ooh, I could put an elevator in. Wouldn't roofs come under architecture, or are they under walls? Yeah, I've got all the juicy stuff there. Where are the roofs hiding? Does anyone else know where the roofs are unlocked? Unless there is a milestone, like over looking over here, it says I unlock this first by researching fix-it roofs in the awesome shop. Actually, there is a search. Oh, look, I put the keyboard on it usefully. Ah, there's the roof material. Yeah, those are the ones I'm trying to unlock. Ah, here they are. Which section were they under? Why are you locking your roof? I'm not locking my roof. I'm trying to unlock roofs. They're locked to me. I'm barred from the roofs. So if I search for them, I can find them. I mean, I could be blind. So that's the materials for the roofs. Ah, there they are. They are under architecture. Okay, I am blind. That is on me. I don't know if I can afford them though. Oh, cool. I've got 21 tickets and this costs 20. So yes, I am sorry about that, folks. I am blind. I'm working with Heights Permit.
Materials are tested for toxins, hallucinogens, and other biologically adverse effects.
Have you seen me jumping off cliffs, Russ?
Not to immerse themselves in these
I don't think
and not to
I need a license.
Eat, breathe in, or otherwise consume them.
Really, Scratch? Okay, which doggo haven't I talked to? I need to put some trees in here for them to interact with. Oh, computers, Timmy. Cool. I'm just saying maybe that's why the roofs are hiding from you. I don't need computers quite yet. So let's put them away. Wow, I have a mishmash of all sorts of random junk in here. Okay, and I have random junk over there as well. Right, now I didn't actually unlock the materials for the roofs. That's okay. I'm not good at putting roofs on anyway. They are definitely the last thing and the last consideration. Although they might be useful for actually getting some angles here. Right, so now we can copy that and we can change materials. We can have a concrete finish. Or we can have the old tin shed finish, which I quite like. I'm quite fond of it. Maybe I'll go with that aesthetic with this factory. Make a top Sims 4-player, roofing is the worst. Right, so now, following the other design, we need a dodgy little manhole, sorry, lift hole on top here. Tucked in there. I wonder if I could... No. That's the neatest there, I think. That is super snug. So now I should be able to go wall and then change this wall to steel and put that there like that. That's pretty flush. Okay, that's discreet. Then the trick is this has got to go as high as we can. Actually, maybe not too high. This is part of the problem is what are we going to hit if we go too high? How high can we go? We're talking about the front facade, so here. So that's clear. It might trim into the branches a little. Would you recommend it in VR? I love this game in VR. I am a little biased because I am the mod creator. So when I first started playing Satisfactory, I thought to myself that this game would be awesome in VR. And then several years later, I created the mod and am now playing it in VR. And I play it mostly in VR. I find it actually difficult to play it in flat anymore because I'm so used to playing it in VR. Tabika, good evening. What's on the agenda for tonight? The agenda for tonight is continuing work on our starter beginner parts. Basics, that's the word. Basics factory, where we're making the basic materials that you use for building here. We've actually finished the production lines, so we're making things like wire and plates and frames and things like that. And we're working on bringing all the materials down to a selection of containers here, which will hold the materials so people can come and collect them, and they'll also go into the depot. Okay, so if we put that there, that is it's not gonna hit the tree too much, and we can probably minimize it. So this is kind of a proof of concept layout here, and this proof of concept in the middle here is kind of what we're looking at having for each one. And I'm now working on a blueprint to do all the fancy stuff in the blueprint, so I don't have to do everything 10 times over. So this is what we've got so far. We've got a nice sign in the middle there, which you can't customize while the wall is on, so you need to take that off first, and then you can aim at the bottom here, and that will let you edit the sign. Although, once we get rid of this slab here, you can access it from the bottom there, kinda, just, maybe? Just. The sign sticks out the bottom. I'm not sure, that's seems new since I last did this style of build. So I think from that I can go as high as I want, because this will only go 4 high, I think. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it'll go up to 8. Okay, so we can only really go... Was it 4 high total? Looks like 4 high total. Just looking at the spacing here and seeing if that's going to conflict with anything else, if I go that high or if I can go a little higher. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If I go 5, it's going to cut into that. So 4 is really the limit, spacing wise. Like, I don't think I can even go 1 meter above that. No, 1 meter is going to... Oh, it sits on it. It's not too bad, but 4, I think, is the good cap. So I might actually build a lookout tower. Here, so I can get from above and build from above. Abdullah, further from what you're saying, Satisfactory is a really beautiful world in VR, and there's a lot of detail that I think you won't notice playing it on a normal screen. So I think that's one good reason why it's really worth playing on VR, because it is such an amazing world to explore, and the movement systems that they have are very freeing in VR as well. So the way you can just move, you know, going around with a jetpack later on, or at the moment I've got a parachute, so I can just glide over the environment, and it's such a beautiful immersive world to be in VR. It's quite amazing. Stingers are scary. Alpha hogs are scary. So the creatures in the game are scary in VR, which is a plus for some people, and if you don't like that, you can always turn on to passive mode. Thing is, if I have... I mean, that clash over there with that conveyor, I could move that conveyor to go around this obstacle. Because basically I'd like a nice big chunk of conveyor to show the product that is coming along. So if I put that there, no, put that away. So if we have something like that, you can actually see the product come down from above. But that's at the limit, and we can't... If we put something on top there... Like if we put a splitter here, because we're going to need to put a smart splitter up here. I have no idea whether I want to feed it left or right. It may depend on which direction things are coming from. Or I might need two variants. I might need some coming from the left, some coming from the right. So we put that there. That's now higher than our height limit was, which is not great. We could possibly put this down here. We're going to run into the same problem that we had before, though, in that if you do this, actually needs to be across one. Let's see if it does it. So you used to be able to snap onto there. Oops, not over there. Snap onto there, and then rotate the way you want the conveyor facing, so it's facing outwards. And then when you build, it used to be it would keep the angle you wanted, but since 1.1, this is broken, so you can't select which direction your lift is facing, which is really annoying. Can your mod accommodate lefties? Yes, it can. So in the mod settings, you come into the mod settings here. We have hand mode, no, not hand mode, left hand mode. If you check this box here, effectively everything related to the two hands swaps. And I couldn't do half and half, so things like this is strafe on left and turn on right. So in left-handed mode, it'll be turn on left, strafe on right. But all the action buttons will swap over, the control panels will swap over, so the actions will be on the left and the build menu will be on the right. So yeah, it's complete swap over for lefty mode. And yes, so if you pull out a weapon here, a tool here, it would come in your left hand, not your right hand. I mean, I can show you. Why don't I show it? Because I act like a drunken fool because I'm not left-handed and is completely counter. So you can see now we have the actions on this side here. So if I want to go to the build I click there. If I want to change my weapon, instead of holding the button here, I hold this one, and then I can select this here. So if I want to go to build menu, I hold the other button and I can build here. So everything swaps over. And if I swap to the Nobelisk, that also swaps. So now oh, I haven't tested throwing left-handed. It should work. Well, it's going to be difficult. Ooh. Yeah, that worked. So throwing of Nobelisk is a feature that's in beta that I'm going to release soon. I haven't actually tested it in left-handed mode. So, and yeah, moving, I'm pressing that to go forward and it's not, because it's now on this hand. It's testing this mode was doing my head in. But yes, it's a complete left for right swap. Which, when the testers, when the people who originally asked for it and the testers tested it, that's how they wanted it, and which is good, because that's the way it works and it's not going to work any other way. And I just realized I've left a bomb on the ground over there. And now we're back to right-handed mode. So yes, left-handed mode has full support. And because that's not going to work, we're going to have to go back to our whole idea. No, nope. Didn't rotate it. So if you go hole to hole, then you can rotate it to the direction you want, and it will correctly snap into place. There is another way I could do it. So the other way I could do it is to actually have the smart splitter on this side and then have the lift snap in there and drop down from there. But that would mean that I would need to have a roof covering the splitter, and that would actually cut into the visibility of the lift a bit, I think. So I think I won't go with that at this stage. But I might go with walls. I don't know if this should all be steel or just partially steel. Oh, that didn't go in the right. Oh, there we go. That's it. You know, we drop that down like that. I probably... Actually, do I want the concrete pillars or the metal pillars? Now, there's going to be a 1 meter gap between these. So this really needs to be a ½ meter that way, I think. Actually, no, I just realized it doesn't need to be on the ground like that. It should be off the ground like that. We'll have to test building 2 of these next to each other and make sure that the pillars line up reasonably. Now we need to fill in this somewhat, so we could put an emissive sign behind it to give it a bit of a light. Ah, I got rid of that foundation. How long until the next ad break? Let me check. 10 minutes. So we could put a different texture for that line there, and we could make it a brighter colour. Okay, let's copy this again. Let's just stick a sign here as something we can copy. And we don't want any icon on it because this is just a backing colour. That had a box around it. Actually, that's actually moving. That's interesting. Do we want a moving background? Problem is it's not covering the full sign, so we'd have to use the 2x2 if we wanted to keep that pattern going over everything. I mean, we could use the 2x2, but I think I'm just going to leave the icon as nothing. Do we want the emissive strength bumped up? Maybe? Let's rotate. That's okay. And that's flush with the bottom there. Well, that's interesting. It's a slight overlap. Yeah, I fell down. So I think metal pillars next to this would work. We have the concrete as the break between each one, but then we have metal pillars filling in the space either side. So I do think we need to unlock the metal pillars. So this is the thing, you can spend ages designing a blueprint like this and putting all the detail into the blueprint, and then you can just whack it down as many times as you want. I do need a little support there for the splitter, because we might need to rebuild that. So what I'm going to do is I'll use a half one. Foundations, half foundation. If I put that there like that, that will give us a platform. That kind of sticks out just as much though. That's probably minimalist, but giving enough support. As some of us lefties are used to having locomotion on the left as we are used to traditional controllers, we still want to shoot with the left, but that's harder to implement. It is harder to implement, and it doesn't work with the way the gesture flow has been designed, the way I've mapped controls. So yes, I know it's not necessarily perfect for all lefties. So that's why a straight strop of functionality was both the easier and worked better with the control combinations. Because like the stick on the primary hand, if you press up on the stick, it actually accesses the menu here. So you can access it through this, but this is also used for controlling this menu. And if you had that swapped over, then you'd have to use the stick on this hand to access this menu here. Now, you could say just disable that. It is also used for rotating, so pressing down on the stick is used to rotate. So if you had that on the other control, it would be a bit weird. So I guess there could be workarounds that could be done to do that. But yeah, it is quite a bit more work because you're effectively designing a whole new UE and control system to mix the different modes together. I was after steel pillars. 2 tickets, and I have 1 ticket. And I deleted my sync. Yes. So the main thing feeding into this is the steel factory. The excess beams and pipes are feeding into it. And there is also a trickle of SAM that I think is also feeding into a sink as well. So it's not a huge amount of stuff pumping into the sink at the moment. Metal pillar set. Thank you.
Fun fact, architecture was invented when people began building buildings. If it had been invented slightly beforehand, perhaps more old buildings would still be around. Humanity sometimes lacks vision. Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
So
Please
small
seek
metal
shelter.
pillar, and if we put this to the side here, actually I might move it down so that it lines up with the height of that one. Now that's going to be a bit odd when this overlaps at the angle, but we'll see how we go. Okay, so that's not too bad. I quite like that style. Let's now attempt to save it without accidentally deleting it. Oh, clear. That is not a very descriptive name, but it will do for now. Select icon. Come on, where is it? That one. I'll just chop it in the top directory for now. I haven't set up any blueprint structure because I've only just unlocked the blueprint maker. So this stuff we can rename and move around later. Okay, so we have a blueprint. So let's go to blueprints and let's go bar. And we've got an ad break in 1 minute. Okay, we should do this after the ad break. But let's put it on our shortcut bar so that we can come back to it after the ad break. So while the Twitch ad break is running, it'll be about 3 minutes. I'm going to pause here and I'm going to do a bit of stretching and have a drink of water and so on. And we'll be back after the break to continue. Thank you very much for watching so far. We'll be right back.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we're back. Did I not properly put that on the BRB screen? You'll be watching me waggle my head around the whole time. At least I did mute the mic, right? Okay, so we built... It's not necessarily the final version, but I think this is a good beta. So now we can try testing it out. You guess? You guess I left it on the wrong screen? Or you guess I muted my mic correctly? I'm definitely going to have to move that conveyor, I think. Okay, so here's our blueprint. I'm going to need more... Actually, I've got enough fluctuators. This is going to take some nudging to get in the right place. Yeah, so it was there effectively. And we're going to have to nudge it down into place. Yeah, this is going to kind of crop into that space there in the factory. But there's not any logistics right there at the moment, so I think we might get away with it. We're in the middle of a Reddit post on the latest map making drama. I don't think I heard you, but you're probably on the wrong scene. Yeah, sometimes I need to press the button several times to get the scene to properly switch, and I think I didn't notice that it hadn't switched. So... Ah, it's the roof at the top that's making the bounding box come all the way out here. So... Okay, I've got the position of the pillar wrong. Because that's overlapping, that's snug, and then that's the 1 meter gap. So that's the positioning we had before. So this... Oops, no, don't delete the whole blueprint. So this beam needs to go... Oh, it is just a half a meter. Okay, so I didn't need that extra half meter nudge. Or did I get it wrong? Okay, so we'll go edit the blueprint and fix that. So apparently it needs to go there. Let's try that. So save. Down one, so that would be that position. And that would be there like that. So now the pillars are correctly centered. That's pretty cool. Let's see what happens when we stick one on the side. Nope. So that's where it would be. So, I mean, that pillar doesn't look too bad as a single angle. But we could run a double pillar. What have I run out of? That's what I thought. I'm out of Mercer spheres. Okay. that conveyor is looking wrong at the top there. That's a worry. I hope that builds correctly. Okay, so I think this is a good way forward. I wonder, should we swap that and that around? Or is that going to look too much like a parfait? What do you think? That design on the left or this design on the right? Anyone have a preference? Where's my desk gone? I gotta sit forward straight. I think this one on the left, because there's something missing from the bounding there. Nope, you don't have a preference. Thanks, Russ. Although this being up against the metal here matches that being up against the metal there. So there is symmetry around that by putting this in the middle there. And technically we could put other signs on here later, although I don't know if we'd really bother. We could just make that a light, actually. We could make it a sign just to glow, but we don't have global illumination on, so it's not actually going to do anything. But we could put a sign in there. Yeah, so let's delete these. So we're going to need more Mercer-spheres, but we've actually got them because our original starter factory has depots for each of the products. That's how we actually have all of these actually filled up here now. So one thing I didn't test was the smart splitters at the top. But I'm going to go back to our starter base and I'm going to steal all the depots from there. Because we're moving house, we're going to finally migrate that production to over here. How is it like 11 PM already? I know! It's like, what have I actually accomplished here? I've started building storage. I mean, I did finish the top floor there. I did actually get the frames part of the factory done. There's still no walls or support structure, but we're getting to the point where I'm spending a bit more time doing design work on cosmetics, and so this is probably going to slow down a little bit. But yes, I did start a little later today than yesterday, so I started 6 PM local time. So I've been going 3 hours. So over here is our starter base. So we built this starter base all the way to the end of phase 1 in the first play session. It was about an 8-hour stream. And it's basically making similar to what the Basics factory is currently now, although there's obviously no quick wire or AI limiters here. Yeah, and it's still puffering away, loading stuff into the depot. But this was like minimal production. There were no alt recipes or anything like that. So we're going to steal all these depots and go move them to the new factory. That's 9. I don't... What are we not building? We have not building... That's... because... We've got 10 at the new factory, but the new factory is adding AI limiters and quick wire. So what are we building here that we're not at the new... Oh, concrete. Yeah, concrete is it. Actually, I might leave this concrete one. Just because having extra concrete feeding in is good. We do have another little concrete farm as well, but that's also going into a depot. So having two things feeding into a depot is useful. Okay, so we've got 8 resources for 8 now. Missed. that was optimistic jump. That was. Hang on. Why is there a dismantle crate there? Better not litter. Wow. Okay. I suppose they all had a stack of something in them each, didn't they? That's annoying. Still got all this silica on me. Why do I have those on me? I can make more fabric. Fabric's renewable. So is wood. Even biomass. And how are we going for space? Got enough space? We've got enough space. Okay, hooray. Let's try that again. Luckily we did miss the jump, otherwise we would have left all that junk behind and it would have come back to haunt us later. Now, if you remember, we also were missing a depot from the quartz. I really need to get rid of that bridge over there. So where's our quartz factory? It's somewhere around here. There it is. Don't even need to land. Unless I missed this. I missed it. Ah, so close. So close. Oh, fell off. That corner's always tricky to get around. Oops. Okay, I think this is what... Oh, still got that sign, spare sign stuck on the side there. Do not need that. Okay, I think this is what we're going to go with. It would be nice to finish setting up all the products feeding into this by the end of the session. So I was hoping to not go too late tonight, but we'll see. Now, is this position okay? If we want to line up with the back of the factory here, this position is actually probably spot on. I mean, we go back a couple of meters, but because I'm just thinking we don't want to cut into this space too much if we want to leave room for trucks and trains later. And this part here is already sticking out of the front of the factory a little. Let's go with this. This position's fine. That's moving plates. I wonder if we can route that differently and if we should do it now. I think we can do it later. That's fine. Okay. Now that we've done all the hard work, we should just be able to go whack, 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 and put all these down into place. Why is that yellow clipping? Not sure. So if we use Blueprint Snap, we should be able to snap it to the side, lock it in place, and then nudge it over too. I think it's there. I mean, if we put that one first, because we know where that position is, and we snap this one on and push it across too. Yeah, there it is. This is pretty much our first build in this save with some actual cosmetic content to it. It's starting to actually look like a viable factory, other than ignoring that belt up there. We'll fix that. Actually, no, I don't like that leg there. Oops. Thank you. Okay, so I should build this manually on the end here. Oh, I fell off. Now we can delete this foundation there and run this along like there, so we end up with basically a rectangular floor here, even though those are in at right at 45-degree angles. And once we get plastic, we'll change this to nice shiny concrete rather than this particular concrete. Now this pillar here, I'm going to rebuild that so that it's facing the forward perspective. There. One mini mall for basic supplies, although nothing's being delivered yet. Now we've got the logistics part to do. We are overlapping some of the logistics floors there a little bit. They're a little bit close, but I think we can work around that no problem. Okay, which means we need to get up there and start actually sending some products down here so we can put them in storage. How do I get up? I get up over here. Yeah, I kind of like this aesthetic. I think we can go with this for the rest of the factory. So use this kind of mix of concrete with the steel for the rest of the factory floors. This does kind of overlap with that side of the factory more than the other side, but it's all that tree's fault. So we're going to have to try and somehow make that tree a highlight so it makes sense for it to be like that. So this we could probably weave behind. Let's delete these roofs because they're easy enough to put back in manually. So these are our smart splitters for dropping off the products. Wow, that's actually quite flush with the roof there, isn't it? Lucky we didn't have any floor over that side. Actually, I don't know how hard those roofs are going to be put back in. Whoops. I can always rebuild the whole blueprint. It's more just freeing up the space to fix the logistics. Ugh, that's messy. I might delete that one just for now until we fix this up. I mean, this is a plates output, so this can go into one of these splitters. So having a splitter there might be useful. I'll figure it out later. And by later, that will probably mean in 15 minutes' time. How much room? We got the whole square. I think it didn't come this way before because I was trying to avoid the tree. I should have put ladders on the back here to make getting up and to deal with those smart splitters easier. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Okay, so that bit's clear. This part of the factory didn't have any logistics along here, which is really useful. And then the tree was there, so that's fine. So we need all the products to come down into the back here somehow. And because we have smart splitters along here, a sushi belt would actually be the easiest way to bring them all down. Now we do have wire and caterium, but the amount of wire and caterium coming to here should only be 30 each, I think. So it's not like we're going to saturate a belt by having too much wire, which was a concern. Okay, I sleeps, no problem, Russ. Have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you next time. Have a good Sunday. Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to be going too much longer. As I said, it would be nice to get all the produce feeding in, but I also don't want to run too late tonight. So I'll see how I go and see how tired I am. So I've already fallen off lofts or roofs, but that's okay. I have a parachute. It's just the climb up that's a bit of a pain. Back up after. Whee! Okay, so this is just raw caterium. There's no products on this floor, so I don't need to pull anything off there. This is all raw ore as well. So product-wise, we have wire caterium along here, and also copper sheets. Ideally, we wouldn't want to bring it down in the middle of the tree, so we want to feed it along here and then come down here and join in. And if we do a sushi this way and another sushi the other way, then we're also splitting the load as far as how much we're putting across. So there's a bit of space here that we could possibly put. Yeah, it's going to get a bit messy. Okay, that's a conveyor. That's a splitter for copper sheets. So if we change that to a smart splitter, and we say any goes to the left, any goes to the right, and the middle is overflow. So what this does is it means that when we're making copper sheets, because the copper sheets are needed by the factory, it will prioritize sending the copper to the other parts of the factory, and then the overflow, which is the spare, the extra generated, we're going to send down to the storage. So this is the start of our things we're sending to the storage from here. So this is wire here. This is Caterium wire here, and this is cable. I remember this was a bit messed up, but this is cable. That is a merger. I think. Yes, that's a merger. We could reverse that so it merges back this way. Where? Oh, that's right. The cable is only going to the supply depot, so we don't need a smart splitter here. That will just be all of it. So let's actually do that now. We need to delete all of these three, unfortunately. So we're basically reversing the direction, so the output of this is going that direction. This is quick wire here, so if we take this out and put a smart splitter there, I might actually move it back this way a bit more, so we're not as crowded over here, because we're going to need another merger there. So again, the left output is going to be any, and the center output is going to be overflow. So most of what we build is going to go this way, because that's where it's needed. But the excess will come out of the center. So then we have a merger here. So this is merging the quick wire and the cable. Huh. I mean, this is still the best place to merge these two. We kind of need to go down here and then drop from above down to there. So there will be another merger here. If I put it, actually, if I put it there, how's that for space? Actually, that's terrible for space. Okay, that's okay. Smart splitter here. So this is going to split off excess wire. And we already did that, didn't we? No, we had excess copper sheets. The copper sheets... Ooh. Not... Ooh. I'm trying to do it without going above and below things. So this is where signs would be useful. No, back here. No, that's the quick wire out. Oh, ooh. You know what we can do? This smart splitter here, if on the left we just go quick wire, no, PQ, Q, quick wire, we can take these copper sheets here and we can feed them into here. And so this will be quick wire, and copper sheets, which will come through to here. The quick wire will go that way, and everything else will go through to the next point. Can I do the same with the wire? Not really, because the wire is high throughput, I think. Might be easier to merge these here. That was the one where I said I didn't have enough space. And yeah, no, I don't have enough space. I'd have to do a stumpy lift. I'd rather not. See, this is where a lot of the game Satisfactory happens, is in this logistics stuff. Because with blueprints, you can make a massive factory very easily, but you still need to take the product from out of one and then take it to where you need it for the next one. So blueprints allow you to have scale, but you're still doing a lot of fiddling and faffing around to try and get your product from one place to another. I'm on straight mode, okay. So this should have a mix of products. It's got cable and quick wire on it currently. We need to add wire to it. And I think we're going to have to do it on this side. I don't think there's enough belt space over the other side. I mean, I could pull the wire off anywhere along here. So I could actually take some wire from there, which is probably neater. Okay, so what we can do here is we need a little dog leg under here. It needs to be 1 meter across. Couple across like that. It's too far across. Okay. I'll bring these out so it matches the other side. Okay, I think it's going to want a belt on there before it'll snap on. It's still not snapping on. Am I still too far away? That should snap on. Ah, snaps the other way. That'll do. It might actually be nice to keep this sushi belt at this height on a lower belt, so that way you can inspect it while you're on the walkway here. So it'll come along and then it will drop down possibly around here somewhere. I need to figure that out. But we do need to add wire to it. So what is... Oh, there's more stuff over there that needs to come. That is AI limiters. Okay. Forgot about those. AI limiters are not used by any other part of the factory, so we can put this... We don't need a smart splitter, basically. One, two, three, four. Yep, there we go. One stumpy lift. AI limiters. So if we bring that through to a merger on this side, that is a merger. Maybe we bring it across here. No, because we're going to need space for a smart splitter. Okay, I'm going to do it on the line there. So if we have a smart splitter, that might need to come further out. It's going to be a pain in the butt to get over there to program that. So we need to rebuild this because it's not actually attached currently. It's just visually going through it. So the center is any, that's fine. But the right we will want as overflow. So priority of the wire will go through that way, but any excess wire will come down the overflow. Which hopefully I've lined these up. No, I didn't. It's got to be another meter over. Can I line them up the other way if I build from this direction? Yes, I can. Nice. Just give this a bit of a... I should probably look better this way around. Something so it looks like it's actually connected to the roof rather than just floating. So we've got a whole pile of sushi products here. 2 more sushi products here that we need to merge onto a single line. So we need another merger here, and it's going to be facing that direction. Nice. I'm not seeing AI limiters come through here. What's not attached? I think sometimes this will snap to the railing without actually snapping to the conveyor. Let's try rebuilding the conveyor and make sure it actually goes into the lift. Not through the lift, thank you. Yeah, that's better. So if we take a few of these off the belt, okay, if I can get a grab on them. Do I have inventory space? Yep, we're getting AI limiters through here. And we've got cable and copper sheets coming through there. Not having any normal wire yet, but I think that's because it's coming from further back, so it should still come through. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 6 products on this one sushi belt. And it's called a sushi belt because it's like a sushi train in that it's one belt with lots of different things on it. So it will logically fill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll go all the way up to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And ironically, these are all built the other way around. I'm just going to rebuild them here because it's not going to take too long. Now this one could come from the back end or it could come from the side. What are we lined up with here? We are lined up right with this line here. So it's going to be messy whichever way we do it. So it's probably actually easier to feed it in from the back. Because it's easier to come down, across and back than it is to come down and then over a little bit. You know, I probably should have programmed at least the overflow before copying and pasting these. So the middle here will be overflow, and then basically each one will be a different product. This is your basic sorting system for a hub or mall style storage system. So everything comes in on train or truck or random belts, and then you run it down the line like this and filter it into the different categories. Okay, so this one will be different in that the right will be an overflow. But because we're feeding in the back, the middle will be the product. So this will be overflow, and this will be something. And we need to figure out what we want to put in which one. So I think maybe we go AI limiters, quick wire, wire, cable, copper sheets, and what was the last one? Mental blank. What have I forgotten? Come on, let me edit the sign. Here we go. Because it was 6 parts, wasn't it? Quick wire. No, we've got an AI limiters for the first one. I deleted that foundation. Let's stick it up there and nudge down. That one looks quite washed out. Was it only 5 products? Did I count wrong? See, that's washed out too. See, if you got your emissions off, it's still a bit washed out. Although without light, it's not as bad.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Ooh, Ada was a bit stuttery there. What is the part I'm forgetting? One, two, three, four. Maybe it's only 5 items. We have wire, AI limiters. I think I counted wire twice. I think that's what's thrown me, is I counted wire twice. We're also missing a one there, but looks like I can rebuild now, actually. Okay, we have a Twitch ad break coming up. So I'm going to take a short break while that ad runs. I'm going to have a drink, have a bit of a stretch. See, the lift looks wrong there, but when I build it, it comes out correct. Okay, so this one will be copper sheets. And then that will be our 5 products from that side. And I think that's all. And then we've got a bunch of iron stuff that's going to come in this side. So I'm going to pause here for a few minutes, have a break, and we'll be right back after the break to finish off this. Yeah, I think we can finish off at least feeding this stuff in here tonight. And then I'll pause at the end of that. So thank you very much. I will see you in a couple of minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we're back. This will be the last bit before I sign off for the night. We've almost set up sorting half of the products from this factory into storage. And we just need to finish off this and then get the other half. And then we will need an overflow sink, because if you don't have an overflow sink, then there's not much point. Is my stream not stabilized? Yes, it is stable. No, it's not stabilized. Just a second. I'm just going to check a setting. That's better. Okay. Just needed the auto stabilization to kick in. Right, so now we need to remember the order of these things and go up and set the smart splitters to match what we've got here. And then we'll need to get the other products to also come along here and feed those in as well. So we're actually going to feed in the back of this one here, so not that one. So we need to rebuild that. One, two, three, four, five. Yes. So the right is the overflow, and this one was the copper sheets. I should start from the far one because the far one was the easy one to remember, and then it sort of made sense from there. So this is the AI limiters. So on the left output, we want AI limiters. And then next to that was the quick wire, because that's also Caterium based. And then next to that was the wire, because it's another type of wire. And then next to that was the cable, because it's what you make wire into. And that was copper sheets and with the right output. So that is it. So now when we bring our belt in here, it's going to start coming in here and it will flood and fill all the containers. And we don't actually need a sink yet, because we'll only need the sink once the containers are full. So I might actually leave setting up the sink till the next session, although it is a critical part of doing this sort of storage. Okay. Oh, it is lined up with that line. Okay. Ah, right, okay, we're above. That's fine. Yep, I knew that. Totally knew that. Can't actually see where we're coming down to. So we're lined up with... Maybe we should build the lift coming up first. Kind of just eyeballing it, but I think that's right. No, it was not right. It was out by 1 meter. So we need to come back 1. Come on, I said Mark 3 belt. So it's easiest to just come down like that. And then we need a snapping point on the top, which is going to be a little fiddly to place. I mean, we could just, that might just work. So I go from there. Yes, okay, that snaps fine. Let me put this on the end there, and it snaps into the smart splitter with a stumpy lift. Done. So if we've done it correctly, this should keep flowing. It should not stop, and everything should be sorted into the right place. I mean, it's looking good so far. If there was a splitter problem, I would think it would have jammed by now. It's just a question of, is the right thing going to the right place? So we only have AI limiters coming to the end. Here we have AI limiters, and we should get quick wire coming through. Where's all the quick wire gone? It's possible we haven't got an overflow of it. We've got everything running around up the top like that. That's cool. There's a lot of quick wire going to the AI. Maybe... No, that should be fine. I'm not sure. Let's check our containers down below and see what stock we've got. Ah, cool. Now you can see things running into it. Oh, that's awesome. No screws for you. So there's a problem with the quick wire. Problem with your quick wire. Okay, I like that effect. That's pretty good. We could make these Mark 1s. Because after the initial glut, these are going to slow down. This is a backlog of stuff in the machine. That's why it's coming through at the rate that it's coming through now. I mean, it's a reasonable speed. It's not too hurried. What's happened to our quick wire? I wonder if we've jammed it somewhere. Because remember, only the excess will come through. So if we're not making enough quick wire, none will come through. But we might have stuffed up something. Okay, quick wire is coming out of here. Quick wire is going through there. Come on, let me edit the smart splitter. That is a smart splitter, right? Yes. Left output quick wire, center output overflow. Center output, it should overflow. So this quick wire here is using all the quick wire. Why? Why has that one only got 2 in it? I'm wondering if the constructor above might be jammed, but why is there any quick wire there? There's always 3 in that one. Oh, now there's 3 in that one. Let's go check upstairs and figure out what's going on with our quick wire supply. That's normal wire. Okay, 60 a minute. What have we got here? Is this the wrong... That's a Mark III? Oh no, the output is here. That's a Mark III. That's a Mark III. This also has 60. So this does not look Mark III speeds here. I think there's a Mark I below here. Actually, let's just rip up a slab and have a look. That's a Mark III. Oh, I see what the problem is. We are also pumping copper sheets through. Remember we said, oh, let's be smart and pump the copper sheets through the same spot? Now that could just be... How many copper sheets we pumping? I think this is because this has a buffer here. Once this is flushed out, it should allow the quick wire to flow more freely, because we're only producing 60 copy sheets a minute. So 60 copper sheets should not block 120 quick wire per minute. So I think what we'll find, but this is probably going to take a while to clear. Oh, it's not too bad. Oh no, that was the one I already looked at. See, this still has 200 in it. So maybe we should change that so that it doesn't... I mean, it will free up over time. I am confident of that. But it is also not as clean as merging the copper sheets later. So I've got a merger here. So we could bring this down and up through here. It wouldn't quite be as... Don't cross the beams. Or we could bring it around here. Through here. No. Problem is, putting it here, there would be a lift directly above this walkway, and that would be a bit annoying. I'm going to let it run. We've still got other things to do. We've still got the whole other side of the factory to figure out the output of. So over here we have rods. We have plates. Ah, we have rotors up there still. Damn it. Okay, the rotors, it would be easiest to just merge them in with the iron, the copper sheets over there. Maybe I won't finish this tonight. That's annoying. Okay. The iron plates and the rods are easy because we can bring them straight down and just plop them in the back. They're already kind of down there. And in fact, this iron plate... This is iron plates going up here. So that iron plate line that we had at the back here, we can merge that into our smart splitter lineup. No problem. So we got plates, rods, rotors. That's 3. We should have... we have... reinforced plates and frames. So let's just say this was let's say this is rods. And let's say this these plates. Whoops. Then this would be reinforced plates. So we have the common stuff in the middle that's quick to ease, and then we get more complicated as we go out. So this will be reinforced plates. This would be maybe frames next. Or rotors. The rotors is kind of tied to the copper though. Guess it doesn't really matter. And it is easy to change later on. If they're all coming in on one belt, you can just change the smart splitters to whatever order you want later on. Frames. Okay, let's go with that. Okay. Now I just need to figure out how to get them all over there. Boing. Well, thanks, Bean. So the output of the frames is up here. So we can merge those and we can merge the rotors into that easily. It's actually not too bad. No. We want a lift. Give me a lift. That's gone the wrong way. Could just run it along here. Probably the easiest. Into there, done. So that's frames and rotors. So the other things are, I mean, the plates are up there. These two don't go anywhere, so we could just run a lift up here, kind of here. Oops. And merge those in there. Yeah, okay, the positioning's not great, but I can do it the other side of this pole. And bring it up, so yeah, we can put like this here. Although I don't know what's underneath there. Actually, it's pretty clear. Why is that not going? What about it from the other way around? Oops. Ironically, we're right next to the outputs there. Pretty sure that's all the rods. Yes, that's all the rods. So all we need is the plates and we're done. Those in the reinforced plates. Now those are normal plates going up. Hang on, we haven't got normal plates on here. But if we can get the normal plates onto this as well, the excess, how are we going to do that? Okay, we just put a smart merger, smart splitter there and shove it through there. We're going to have a similar problem probably to the copper sheets, but I think that will clear up. So we just put a smart splitter. So yes, basic plates come out of there. On the right, everything goes out that way. And in the center we have overflow. The overflow merges with the rods, which is actually what we originally did. And then those merged products go up and join on with the other one. So this here is... Ooh, we need to bring it under here and then down here. So we're feeding it in here. Oops. Does anyone remember what order we put things in? completely eyeballing that. That's probably not out far enough. Almost, just 2 meters over. But yeah, not far enough. Also, on the wrong side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh look, it's going to be lined up with that. No, it's not. No. It's probably there. There it is. Okay, it's going to give me a crick in the neck. With a bit of luck, we'll have stuff coming down. No? No luck? How about now? Yay, there we go. We still haven't set up the rest of the merges though, so we need to sort that out. So it was rods first. Okay, rods, see that's all I needed. I just needed to know rods first and the rest will carry on. Actually, we haven't connected to the other side yet. So left will be overflow. Center will be rods. Then here, center is overflow. And right will be sheets. Which is under I, isn't it? No? And plates. Okay, there we go. Overflow. Then it's reinforced. Plates. And then I think we had... Cat, stop that, please. Overflow, and this was rotors. And this is overflow and frames, which are called modular frames. I knew that. Ah! I'll teach you for not fixing the roofing properly. What? That shouldn't need a curve. I already did that one. Okay. So now I just needed to do this bit at the back here. Hang on, no, missing one there. Helps if it's lined up. And we should have a flood of parts coming past. Hooray! Now if we go down the bottom, we've got frames coming down, rods coming down. I'm not seeing anything else. Maybe because there's no overflow of the others yet. It's a little concerning that there's so many without an overflow. Okay, that's being annoying. Okay, rotors are starting to come through and our basic plates. Ah, they're going to the depot first. So the depot will hold the first 100 before it starts filling up here. Well, the first stack anyway. So why are reinforced plates not coming through? Do we have Caterium wire coming through yet? Yes, yes we do. Okay, so the Caterium wire is freed up. Yeah. Hey, I use Virtual Desktop and set Steam VR to use OpenXR and set VD to VDRX with Injector only works with OpenVR. If using Virtual Desktop, you should set Virtual Desktop. Yeah, sorry, you should set UEVR to use OpenXR. VDR. You shouldn't use Steam VR at all if you're using Virtual Desktop. So you have Virtual Desktop and UEVR you set to use OpenXR, I think is the bit that you missed out there, Durkin. You should not have Steam VR needed at all when you're using a Quest 3 and or a Quest with Virtual Desktop. The OpenXR doesn't start. Have you checked the troubleshooting guide? Because there's a few other things that cause things to not start or to crash. And the other thing is you should check the logs. There is a couple of log files that I think I listed in the troubleshooting page that will tell you where the problems are. I don't know if I actually merged the plates onto the output here. I think we missed them out. So we're merging what on this? That's the rotors coming in. So the rotors are coming in there, and that's the output of the frames there. So we're missing a merger for the... Okay, I'm just going to put a merger here. Not exactly there. I'm going to... Maybe I'll line it up over the line here. No, I'll put it... I guess that's fine. Oh. So now I need to grab, that's a merger, so I need a smart splitter over here to grab some, well, that's going to be a pain to program. Really, stairs? Can't you just sit above? Not that above. Fine, I'll just nudge you. So I line up the smart splitter with those lines. This belt is flowing this direction. So I'll be there. I think that's lined up correctly. This staircase is a terrible placement. Where was this going? Is it into there? I assume it's into there. Yes. I don't want to plug the conveyor into the wrong splitter. Okay. So Annie is going through and the overflow will be going to the right. And the overflow here gets merged into our sushi train there. So we should start to see, well, they're a bit flat, so maybe we won't see. Yep, we're seeing heavy in-place plates on there now. So let's just get rid of this because it's really tacky. And I think we're done. Yep, we're seeing plates go down there. Rotors and frames are going to be a lot slower. There's a frame. There's a rotor. Copper sheets? Any copper sheets? There's some copper sheets. Everything is flowing into storage. Now, as I said, we don't have any sink set up, so this is all going to come to a grinding halt when a container is full. And that's going to take a while. Actually, copper sheets is turning along. Copper sheets. Why are there so many copper sheets? So our next priority in the next session will be to build an awesome sink in the back that will sink all excess products into the sink. Okay. And I think that's a good place to pause for tonight. So it's kind of doesn't yet fit in with the rest of the factory, but I think this will inform the style that I will do for the rest of the factory. So kind of this concrete pillars with the tin sheets. So next session we will be doing more architecture around the actual factory. I'm not sure whether I'll enclose the logistics floors or leave them open like this. I kind of like seeing the logistics floors from below, but they are hanging down a bit here and they're getting a bit overrun in this bit here. But maybe I'll change this roof line a bit. And then we'll need to determine how we're going to surround the trees so that there's kind of a little garden area within the factory. Okay. And I need to figure out if I'm going to pave this entire bit down here or if I'm going to leave it as dirt. Probably pave over it, I think. But I might pave it a little lower than this level. Although there's a rock there, so I might need to pave it up high. Unless I can blow up that rock. Can I blow up that rock? I can blow up that rock. That's awesome. I don't think you used to be able to blow up rocks like this. But like even now, the giant mushrooms here, you can now blow those up as well. So they have added a lot more ability to destroy things that you might not want as part of your factory. Okay, so that took a bit longer than I had planned, but I am kind of happy that we got it finished. So in this session, we finished off the production. We built an extra floor up the top there where we were making frames, and we have now added logistics to send all the products down to a central service storage area down the bottom here. So we do have depots at the back, so all of these products are going into the dimensional depot as well. They are going to the dimensional depot, right? Yes, yes they are. But they are also filling a double container here, so if I need a lot of a particular resource for a particular build project, like I need a ton of wire or rotors or anything like that, you can come along here on foot and help yourself to stacks of the products. Cool. Vegetation, pew pew pew. Good one, Frack. Yes, it is so satisfying to blow up trees now. But I want to keep some trees. Keep the nice big ones and get rid of the scraggly ones. Like that one I can probably blow up. Cool. Okay, there's still a lot of work to do here. This is a functional factory, but I did promise that in this playthrough I would not leave floating platforms. So while it's a relief that I've got this, because this is the building blocks of most of the other factory parts. So with this properly automated at reasonable production rates, I can now take my time with the rest of things. So let's just clear this. I'll leave the blueprint maker here, maybe because I'll probably be building some other architecture bits and pieces to go on here. Maybe we'll do a nice minor enclosure or something like that. Haven't figured out what I'm doing in the next session, but that'll probably be next Friday. Let's check in with our doggos. How are you going, guys? Found anything in the water park? Ooh, cooling systems. Good one, Scratch. George, rods, did you steal them? And this is Timmy. Biomass. You know, I didn't throw out my biomass. Okay, cool. Thank you. Good doggos. Now, I still need to pad out this and add some more detail to the doggo water fun park sometime as well. Okay, so, yay, that's kind of the first real factory. It just needs pants, because it's a bit bare at the moment. Alright, how are we going? Let's have a look at the timer. We got not too many viewers currently. Let's see if there's anyone to raid, but I might just leave it there. It's been a bit of a quiet stream. Got some extra people watching on YouTube. Hello, YouTube people. But that is where I'm going to leave it tonight. Thank you, everyone who hung out and lurked and watched as I tried to get my spaghetti neatly lined out through the factory. Hope I entertained and you maybe got some information out of this session. Durkin, I hope you sort out your issue. Message me on the Discord. I think you might have already messaged me on the Discord, so we can help you troubleshoot it. But yeah, if you're using virtual desktop on a Quest device, OpenXR should work and work reliably. So if it's not, then there must be something else going on. Factory is growing, looks good so far. Thank you, thank you. I've reused some style elements that I've used before. But I do kind of like this logistics floor that is visible sort of style. But I'll see next time if I want to enclose it or not. Okay, thank you all. I will just check, see if there's someone to raid. I think Essenberg is usually streaming at this time. And he is. Okay, let's raid him. There's only a few people on, but it's sort of almost become a tradition that I raid him on Saturday nights. And he could do with a few extra viewers. So say hi to Essenberg once you're there. And I'll probably be streaming next Friday as my next session. Thank you all for watching. Catch you later.
X underscore Wyatt underscore ERP underscore X just followed you. Thanks for the follow X underscore Wyatt underscore ERP underscore X, and welcome to the channel.